Let's go!
Okay, I've posted that I am live. Welcome in, Monster. Let's go! It is... Okay. It is time. Let's see. Let's see what I've got so far. I was working on this earlier today, and took a break before going live, so I need a refresher. Okay. I have highlight info. You can hover over a unit, and it'll tell you what the health is at. And I made it so that it updates accordingly. So if I run up to poor Jessica the cat, and we slap her a couple times, you can see that her health values change. And they are reflected here, and then when it's her turn, it'll be reflected on the bottom. Welcome in, Brooke. Yeah, I have added a fair bit. You see, now it's Jessica's turn. You can see it's reflected on the bottom as well. You can see she is in distress, but that is not something I programmed in. That is just her default picture. She is in distress at all times. But yeah, I like this little hover segment. I think it came out really good. Now I want to add teams. So you can do, you know, allied units, enemy units, and make it so that attacks cannot attack a team member that you're not supposed to be able to. Friendly fire off. Unless it's funny. So, to do that, I need to go to... Battle unit. They need a stat for what team they're on. Team, we'll set it to 0 by default. 0 will be allied unit. 1 will be enemy unit, and what did I do? I'm trying to think what I did for my previous version of this project. I can't remember if I made NPCs 2 or -1. I think I'll have NPCs be team 2. Cause that'll make a drawing function work more easier. Also, as a general update for how I'm doing, I had a hard time getting to sleep last night because I had this dull pain, and I don't know enough about anatomy to say if it was coming from my kidney or not. So it's like, take belly button, take the midpoint between belly button and like top of dick, take the midpoint of that and go left. And it's kind of like in that area, like halfway to the full side of the hip. And it was just enough to make it hard to go to sleep. And I noticed, I tossed and turned to see if there was a position that would help. I noticed that laying on my right side made it slightly better. See, appendix was my first thought, especially after seeing that Rat had just had her appendix attack her. And I was like, oh god. Please tell me that is not what's happening. I dread the appendix every day of my fucking life. But I looked it up. Appendix is apparently on your right side. Like, the sign for appendix trouble is the dull pain on the right side, and if you put pressure on it and then let go, it will give you a sharp pain on the release. That is apparently a good way to check. Another possibility, once I ruled that out, I was like, okay, it's on the left side. I'm gonna assume that means no appendix trouble. My next dread was, is it another kidney stone? Because I've had one before. That shit was ass. And I'm like, I've been drinking more water than I ever have been. Please don't let it be that. but I do not have any. I don't have any burning urine, and I know when I had a kidney stone before, that was what I felt first. Like before the dull pain came in, there was the burning sensation and a little bit of like blood showing up in the toilet. That has not happened. So I'm like, okay, it's probably not that. I'm gonna copium, hopium, fucking pray that it's not appendix and it's not kidney stone. What I have noticed is that when I halfway through the night, I did manage to fall asleep, and then I wake up like an hour later, absolutely covered in sweat. The pain is gone. It's just, we're good to go. I'm extremely sweaty. My body did something, and it expelled whatever that was. And I'm like, okay, cool. But however, now I am wet, so it does take a bit to get back to sleep, because I'm like, I gotta fucking dry myself off and then lay back down and get back into the groove of going to sleep. Oh, I'm sorry, the music is quite loud right now. Hang on. Let me turn that down a bit. Yeah, that much is probably fine. So it went away, and I'm hanging out in the middle of the day before stream, and I'm like, let me do a little experiment. So I laid down on my bed, and it started to come back. And I'm like, okay, this strange dull pain comes in when I lay down. If I'm sitting up, if I'm standing up, it doesn't, it seems to go away, and it comes back when I lay down. We're learning. I'm hoping it won't be as bad tonight, because if this is a fucking ritual I have to do every time I want to go to sleep now, that's gonna suck. But I did notice that, again, laying on my right side helps. So I'm thinking tonight, I will start by laying on my right side, and we'll see if that stops it from stopping me from sleeping. We're gonna see. I'm gonna give it like a week. If it does this every night for a week, I'll see a doctor. Because I'm like, okay, if it's a temporary thing, it'll probably go away by that time. And I also suspect that I'm sitting down too much. Because, like, I live at my computer, my free time is at my computer, my job is at my computer, and I'm always sitting, I'm sitting like fucking 12, 20 hours out of the day. That's probably not helping at the very least. So I'm gonna see if work can send me a standing desk, because I know that's what they wanted to send me originally. And I was like, well, I can get, this desk that I've had my eyes on is cheaper than a standing desk. Let's go with that instead. I was trying to, I didn't want to take advantage of their generosity. I was like, let's go for something cheaper. But I will see if I can get back to them and be like, listen, you may have had a good point with the standing desk, actually. But I don't know if there's a cooldown time on asking them for stuff. I don't know if it's like an annual budget thing or what. So we'll see. But I'm hoping that standing desk will certainly help. I think in general, I definitely should not be sitting down in an office chair for like 80% of my life. That's probably not a good idea. Okay, now that our health check-in is over, back to figuring out what I want to do with this. Okay. We have teams. I need to set teams. I think I want Chen and Mostima to be on player team, and I'll set the other two to enemy. That's just how old truck drivers end up with colostomy bags. Yeah, it ain't great. Okay. I need wherever the units spawn, which that might be room test. Yeah, here we go. Mostuma and Chen are player team. So we'll set... Oh, excuse me. Team 1. Now, I need to go to where the health bars are being drawn, which is... Where are you? Post move, status main. Color, where is color being used? We update at the end of this, so I don't need to do this here. We can just do C white for this. Update. I don't need to image blend these. Text armor, I don't need to image blend you either. I can get rid of this. What are you looking like? Okay, good. It's team and then... Oh, wait a minute, hang on. Yes, okay, it's team and then which shade. So 00 is light blue, 01 dark blue. Okay, good to know. We don't need this here. We need this here. Width bar, body. I'm gonna do FN color. And we want global dot team colors. And you want unit dot team and then 0. And we just do this for all the bars. Text armor dot image blend. We don't need this function anymore. I think, yeah, that should also be good. Text armor and text system. Let's see if this works. It did not. All right. What are you crashing about? Unknown.unit not set. FN color, global.team colors, unit.team. Main 91. Ah, I see. We'll just do, fuck off. Do a little bit of scope transferring. Unit equals unit. Plug this in here and here. Plug it into all of these. Okay, now it should work. What is it now? FN color not set. What? Oh. Poly front dot FN color. I keep on forgetting the bar object is 2 polygons put together, not just one. It's actually 2 polygons and some text. Hey, okay. We have our red team, we have our blue team. Excellent. And now, if I just sit here, yep. However, for the dialogue box on the bottom, there's still some blue stuff here that I need to fix. Let's do that next. Oh wait. What are you crashing about? A common thing you are asked? Yes. Unfortunate, but true. Okay, now to our biolog, yes. Our biolog docs. Function. I don't have an update function for this? What the fuck? Okay, let's fix that. Fn update equals function. So, what is updating the dialog box? Because it is clearly cycling. It's clearly cycling to the next character. Let's see. It's not here. Is it in draw? No. Okay. It's in the fucking next turn. Not even in the next turn, just this goddamn cursor create event, isn't it? Process main update. Dialog.status.unit. Get acting unit, fn move phase. Get acting unit dot move phase. I need to get whatever is changing. Okay, where is dialogue being called? Cursor move, dialogue create, room test. Button cursor. Okay, not here. Text try. Dialogue body text. Okay, not there. Not there. Aha! Okay. This is where it is. Get acting unit. Okay, yeah, all of this should be in the update function, not here. This is just when the cursor is created. Okay. So we're going to go ahead and grab all of this and just UI dialog.fn update. And then we're just going to plop this right in here. With full port, get acting unit dot curator dot port index. Text name dot dtext, get curator dot name. We're just going to declare this as a local, so I don't have to type get acting unit every single time. because I'm going to keep doing that. And we're just going to plug this. Okay. Spike, welcome in. Happy Wednesday? Yeah, we're about halfway through the week. It is Wednesday, right? Yeah. Happy Wednesday. How's it hanging? Don't mind me, just fiddling with my mic. Low? Oh no! We truly have lost all sense of time. Yep. Okay. You swap out the portrait. You swap out the name. Let's see. Poly rear needs to change color. Okay. Polyrear.fn color. We need global.teamcolors again. Unit.team, and this one we need index 1. Polyrear. You got MW3 finally? I mean, isn't it on Game Pass? Hell, you could play Black Ops 6 if you wanted to. Not that I want to. That game does not have any guns that are particularly interesting to me. Ah, you're on PS4. I forgot. Honestly, you could have told me that Game Pass is accessible through PS4, and I would believe you. Microsoft is seemingly getting out of the console game. Just like, they're just quiet quitting the console game. Okay, what else gets colored? What is this? This needs to be a team color. Okay. Team colors. Gray, ally blue, dark blue. We need a light blue. Macros, CC, light blue. That goes there. And I'm gonna need... Grab that real quick. I'm gonna need to just do some color conversion real quick. Color picker. Okay, plug you in here. Apparently, this shade of blue is known as Lynch. Interesting. Let's drag this just all the way to the right. Copper Rose. That's what the red version is. Okay, dark red. Macros, CC, light red. Oh, I got lazy with this one. Interesting. I can do better than that. Let's make actual NPC colors. I don't know if I'm really ever going to use them, but... Austin Blue is our ally blue color. Let's move you... Let's do this. Apple. NPC Green's shade is known as Apple. Macro CC dark green. Let's plug this in. We're going from ebony, which I did not realize was a bluish dark color. Actually, no, that does make sense, because it's kind of like a very dark steel gray. I'm going from ebony to seaweed. And then we need one more for light green. That's gonna be glade green. I like the sound of that. Okay. NPC green. Dark green. And then we need one more. CC light blue. CC dark. It's not what I needed at all. Light red. And then light green. Pretty sure ebony, the material used for the dye, comes from the bark of a tree. See, I would have expected it to be like brownish black, not bluish black. I remember to hydrate more too. This mystery bed pain could be coming from perhaps a lack of hydration. Alright, now that that's sorted. Okay, polyrear is set. Which means I don't need this here. Don't need this here. Polytri needs to be the light color. Polytri. Unit team 2. Text try is fine. Polybody is fine. Oh yeah, it is time. Name upper. Name upper needs to be colored. Name upper. It's team 0. Name lower as well. Text name. Okay. I think this will do the trick. I'm going to make sure that this works, and then we will look at the Red River Hog. Yep. Whoa. Hang on a minute. Oh, I forgot to fix that. This should be 0, not 1. Okay, there we go. And I think what I'm gonna do... Man, the way those HP bars slide in at the top was very much not intentional, but I love how that came out. I don't know why it's doing that. I genuinely don't know what I did to make it do that, but I'm not complaining. That other thing I'm gonna do is... Do I want this to be in update? I don't think so. I do think I want this to be when the cursor is created. UI dialog dot tween hide dot x equals 1. I think that's what I want. Okay, and if I stand by, aha! Now it will reintroduce itself when it goes to a new character. Much better. Jessica also on team enemy, and then Malstuma on blue team. Okay. Now, to look at Red River Hog. Red River Hog. Whoa! Long face. I've definitely seen pictures of this animal before. Did not know it was a Red River Hog. The Red River Hog, or Bush Pig, a name also used for that, is a wild member of the pig family living in Africa, with most of its distribution in the Guinean and Congolian forests. It's rarely seen away from rainforests and generally prefers areas near rivers or swamps. Neat. Look at this weird guy. Yeah, look at them fucking ears. Holy moly. What's the ear version of a snoofer? those are some hairy head ass ears. I also like the tasteful stripe down the spine. Good design. The Red River Hog has striking orange to reddish-brown fur with black legs and a tufted white stripe along the spine. Adults have white markings around the eyes and on the cheeks and jaws. The rest of the muzzle and face are a contrasting black. The fur on the jaw and the flanks is longer than that on the body, with the males having especially prominent facial whiskers. Unlike other species of pig native to tropical Africa, the entire body is covered in hair, with no bare skin visible. Adults weigh 45 to 115 kilograms, or 99 to 254 hamburgers, and stand 55 to 80 centimeters tall, or 22 to 31 hamburgers tall, with a length of 100 to 145 centimeters. The thin tail is 30 to 45 centimeters and ends in a tuft of black hair. The ears are also long and thin, ending in tufts of white or black hair that may reach 12 centimeters in length. Boars are somewhat larger than sows. Or is it sows? Is it sows or sows? Of course, there's no bear skin visible. This is a pig. Yeah, it's a boar, not a bear. The shaggy shoat minion. Is that what this is based on? Or rather, sorry, is this what that is based on? Scientists are really out here inventing pigs based on 14. Sow? Okay. Where was I? Have distinct conical protuberances on either side of the snout and rather small, sharp tusks. The facial protuberances are bony and probably protect the boar's facial tendons during head-to-head combat with other males. What does this mean? Red River Hogs have a dental formula of 3.1.3 to 4.3 over 3.1.3 to 4.3, similar to that of wild boar. Both sexes have scent glands close to the eyes and on the feet. Males have additional glands near the tusks and on the penis. On the peepness, sorry. There's also a distinctive glandular structure about 2 centimeters in diameter on the chin, which probably has a tactile function. Females have 6 teeth. Yeah, teeth math. What the hell is this? Because every mammal's teeth are specialized for different functions, many mammal groups have lost the teeth that are not needed in their adaptation. An animal's dentition for either deciduous or permanent teeth can thus be expressed as a dental formula written in the form of a fraction, which can be written as ICPM, not to be confused with ICBM, not to be confused with ICP. For example, the following formulae show the deciduous and usual permanent dentition of all catarrhine primates, including humans. You gotta give me a better example than this. ICPM. Okay. 2.1.2.3. When the upper and lower dental formulae are the same, some text write the formula without a fraction, on the implicit assumption that the reader will realize it must apply to both upper and lower quadrants. Okay. I think I need to read this part. Intercontinental peepness missile. Numbered teeth of each side is written as a dental formula for one side of the mouth or quadrant, with the upper and lower teeth shown on separate rows. Okay, that makes sense. The number of teeth in a mouth is twice that is listed, as there are two sides. That also makes sense. Okay. In each set, the incisors, okay, I for incisors, canines, premolars, and then molars. Okay. Formula 2123 indicates 2 incisors, 1 canine, 2 premolars, and 3 molars on one side of the upper mouth. Right. You do the upper and the lower, and then it mirrors. Okay, that makes sense. So, with this new knowledge, we know... Now, hang on a minute. Immediately, we've come to an impasse. Is this 3 to 4, as in they will have 3 or 4 or 3.5 premolars? I'm guessing that's what that means. So they have 3 incisors, 1 canine, 3 to 4 premolars, whatever that means. It's maybe wisdom teeth or some such. And then 3 molars. And it is the same on both the top and the bottom. And since we know that it mirrors, we know that these boars have 3, 4, 7 to 8, 10 to 11 times 4, which would be 40 to 44. Okay, so we know that Red River hogs have 40 to 44 teeth using the dental formula. Neat. The more you know. No, I can't. Sus Porcus? Get the fuck out of here. Get the hell out of here. I am posting this right now. Send tweet. Sus Porcus, send tweet. Okay. Now that we have survived Sus Porcus, it's time to get back to business. Let me take those points away from you, Foul. Alright. Okay. Now what? We have this. The color updates properly. We can highlight. We can move around. We can attack. Now it is time for enemy AI. I am stalling. I don't want to do this. It's gonna be so annoying. It's gonna be so annoying to fucking figure this out. Okay. Let's make a function. This is going to be... Where do I want this to be? Battle unit... Okay, let's make a group. Battle units. Put this in here. And we're going to make a script in here. Script unit AI Default. I see our unit AI default. We want it to match. And if there are any keen-eyed amongst you who may notice that this code editor looks a little different from the last time I did a game dev stream, GameMaker finally updated their code editor, and now it's quite fancy. So, if I, for example, want to do a for loop, it can autocomplete. This, unfortunately, does not auto-tab. It would auto-tab correctly, but that messes with some of my other practices, so I set it to the slightly dumber auto-tab. But if I curly braces, it'll autocomplete curly braces. Then it will tab correctly if I do that manually. Typing stuff out if I want to run a function, AC, eval. If I do that, autocomplete, auto puts in the parentheses. If I type in parentheses manually, auto completes them. You know, all the stuff that the real code editors have had for years, decades now. Finally, we're getting the real QOL in GameMaker. And, as you can see, we have color-coded brackets. Makes it very handy if you have a bunch of nested functions. It's easy to note, like, which parentheses go with what. It's super useful. That's something I haven't even seen in other code editors. So that's huge. I'm sure there are others that do it. Like, I'm sure fucking, what is it, Visual Basic or whatever, the Unreal Unity. I'm sure they have them, but I haven't seen that before. Which is very excellent. And it has a JDoc helper. So if I just do 3 slashes over a function, bada bing, bada boom. It will autofill, like, it'll auto boot up a template for you to fill in. But we'll want to do that last, once we've already established all of our variables and such. Let's see. Am I going to need any variables for this? I don't think so. I don't think so. I should label this appropriately. Instead of unit AI, I'm gonna do let's do battle unit, so we know it's for object battle unit specifically. AI default. There. And let's do a little bit of pseudocode for, you know, for best practice. For those of you who don't know, pseudocode is when you type out what you want your code to do in comments, so you don't have to worry about it actually working. It's just a great way to organize your thoughts. The first thing I need to do is get the possible movement destinations for the unit. So get potential movement cells. And then for each cell, I want to see what attacks can attack what units. Yeah. For each movement cell, yeah. For each movement cell, get a list of attacks I don't want to word this. Get a list of units, attacks that have valid targets from this cell. There's got to be a better way to word that. And then remove any cells. Remove any cells that don't have any valid attacks. And at this point, if you've removed all of them, then just don't move. I'm gonna have the default AI be kind of dumb. Just if they're completely out of range to do anything, then just don't even attempt to move. Because if you attempt to move, then you have to like project where you're gonna be next turn to figure out the optimal place to move, and like fucking I'm not doing that tonight. You can fuck off. Maybe I'll do that some other time. If no valid cells, stand by. Okay, so for the cells that are left, for the cells that are left, let's see. We have a list of cells that have attacks with valid targets. And then you need to... the goal is to narrow down your list of actions to either one action or a small pool of actions that I can then choose randomly from. I think what I'll do is prioritize attacks that are farther, that are closer to the maximum range. Because if you do that, you're like... I'm thinking how they do it in Front Mission, but Front Mission has counterattacks. And I guess that can still technically apply here because of skills, or trigger abilities rather. But the counterattack system is not built into the basic combat. So attacking from maximum range isn't as useful, but for like really long range attacks, that can work. Because you could potentially hit someone and they're too slow to close the distance to then hit you on their next turn. Okay, so there's still value in staying at max distance. Ooh, for anything that's AoE, definitely prioritize AoE attacks that can hit multiple targets. Actually, prioritize doing the most damage? Because I can do damage forecasting. Or is that too smart? Is that too smart for default AI? Yeah, you know what? We'll just do the max range. Now I'm thinking about how the Pokemon AI works and how they have a bunch of like separate things. Okay. This will return an array of choices which it will then choose from randomly. Meh. For now I'll just do whatever has the biggest range. So, But how do you do that? Take the maximum. Okay, don't think about it too much for now. Just filter out attacks to only leave attacks that are at their maximum range. This is going to be extremely weird in regards to AoE attacks, but I can worry about that later. And then that'll be it. And then they'll just choose something randomly from whatever list remains. And that does mean I want to limit what everyone's attacks are. So, before I continue with this, let me close all but this. It's starting to get a little messy at the top here. Okay, right now, this will not do. I need all of these. We're gonna have a list of acts here. And we're not actually going to place these, we just need their indices. Actually, hang on. This can be empty, actually. Okay. Chen... Actually, let's copy this and then we can narrow it down. We'll put this in each character's file. Okay. Chen definitely have sword and cut through, and I need to program fucking cut through. We can do that later. Should have sword, cut through, and she can have sidearm. She can have one ranged attack. I think I'll keep the ammo system that I had. And we don't need placement for these. For all the fancy shit they added in the code editor, they still didn't get multi-cursor to work properly. That's a little cringe. Hopefully that gets added at some point. Absolute nonsense. Okay, and then Jessica would have all of the ranged weapons. Sidearm, shotgun, rifle. Yeah, that's fine as it is. Get rid of all this. Most of them would have all of the magic. And then Suture would have... laser... Give her laser and sword. Okay, now our unit, we will set this to empty. And this doesn't need to be here. And the run range. Okay, that doesn't collapse correctly. Yeah, it's still a little buggy. It did just get released today, to be fair. Move phase, update, set character. Here we go. I'm gonna put this here for later. Matter of fact, we can just put this in here twice. We're gonna delete these. Instance, delete. Oh, better yet. We're gonna make this a while loop. While array length x. And then array pop x. There. It'll empty the list and delete everything in it. Now, var x 0 less than array length card data dot x. Var act equals card data dot x I. I'm gonna do place act dot super equals ID and array push x act. I think I did that right. Yeah. Oh, wait. Now, if I run this, everybody should have a different set of acts they can do now. Yeah, sword slash, sidearm, and cut through, which cut through is exciting. I can't wait to get that to work properly. Standby. You have sword slash and mana blast. Mana blast laser. You have sidearm, shotgun, and rifle. You have mana, each type of mana blast. Which this should work properly, if I'm not mistaken. Ugh. Camera still needs some work. I have a little theory as to maybe the camera is not actually working properly. Nope, never mind. I have no idea why sometimes it is a little incorrect. Blue woman sus? How dare you? You're one to talk. I thought you were a blue woman enjoyer. Okay. Oh, ads are gonna start. I'm gonna stand up and stretch my legs because apparently I probably need to do that way more often. I suggest all of you do the same. We're gonna have ads for a couple minutes and then we'll be right back to it. I have returned. It is time. It's time to make this fucking AI for real, I guess. Okay. First, we'll need to get the potential movement cells, which... that is a function that we have here. Call ChatGPT? No! Absolutely not. Highlight run range and highlight dash range. I don't know if I want the AI to be able to dash just because that's more to think about. Well, I already did the math, I guess. Okay, sure. Make an AI birth an AI? I've got news for you, Fal. That's already a thing that they do. There is already, like, feeding AI its own production to train it more. That's already a thing that some people do. The quality of work you'll get out of that is you're probably dealing with a lot of diminishing returns after a while, but I'm sure it helps a little bit. Call Grok? That's even worse. Which one of you motherfuckers was showing me Grok being absolutely down horrendous for no reason? They have absolutely ruined that thing. Okay, let's see. Do you return something? Okay, of course, by no reason, I mean, you know, for fun. Got it to call you a good girl? I'm sure that wasn't hard. Yeah, I've seen Grok get absolutely foolish. To completely unrelated prompts. Like, they have trained it to be down bad to the point where you can say something completely normal to it, and it just freaks on you. It's quite something. It's tainted by Elon. I will say, I think that is what would happen to any AI without moderation. I think that's all there is to it. Like, if you trained an AI on the internet unfiltered, that's absolutely what would happen, just as an eventuality. Does this return anything? It does not. Where do these go? Array push, global.run cells. Okay. Yeah, run these, get the global run and dash cells. So they would probably... Okay. Yeah, we're gonna move phase this. Perhaps. Reset cells. Highlight run and dash. Okay. This is what colors the cells. So, I don't need to call move phase, but I do need... Well, maybe I can. That'll make it easier. Camera... Yeah, this controls the camera as well. Okay. Yeah, what if we just run move phase? So we'll already have the run and dash cells, and we just need to run through each of those. You'll make Twitter image transparency work? Oh, did he now? Gotta give credit where it's due. Whoever did that, I doubt Elon did it himself, but whoever did that, good on them. Okay, so getting movement cells is already taken care of. I guess I should collate them. Var cells. We'll do that. Array copy. Am I doing that right? Yeah, destination array. Destination index is 0. Source array global dot run cells. Can copy into another array. I hope this works the way that I think it does. Clearly he typed every line of code himself. A super genius and totally not divorced. Definitely, 100%. No community notes on this one. Run cells 0, and then length, array, length, global dot run cells. Okay, does this in fact work the way that I think it does? Both the source and the destination. Specify the length. You know what? Best way to find out is to just test it. So we're just going to do this again for dash cells. Recopy cells. Source index would be array length cells. Global dot dash cells. And then array length dash cells. And then just as a test, let's highlight all of these. We need to go back to battle unit. Do this. Ah, shit, where was I? Ah, here we go. Yeah, as a test, we'll plop this in here. For each in cells. And we'll set this to orange. Cursor. That's not what I'm looking for. Cursor move. Get acting unit dot scr battle unit AI default. That should work. Variable not set. Okay. We'll do it this way then. Wait. That should work. Yes, this appears to be working. Chen was not a good test because her movement's so good by default, I couldn't see what was supposed to be regular movement and what was supposed to be dashing. But yes, okay, this is working correctly. It's grabbing all of the run and dash tiles. Good. Okay, back to this. Let's clean that top row up again. Okay, for each movement cell, oh, we can get rid of this now. The list of units attacks that have valid targets from the cell. Okay. Okay, I need to iterate through each cell. Let's start with that. For I equals 0. Yeah, we'll do that. I is less than array length cells I plus plus. It's a shame that there's a really useful code snippet that will autocomplete the for loop, but it doesn't give you the underscore before the I, and I can't seem to find a way to edit that manually. So, unfortunately, I can't use that very handy autocomplete. It's annoying, and hopefully that gets added at some point. Okay. I'm gonna make another variable. This one's just gonna be C instead of cell. Equals cells of I. And for each cell, we need to get... We have to go through each attack and see if they have any attacks within range. How do I want to do that? Let's see. Battle Axe. They should have something. Set targets. Object terrain cell. AoE targets. This will reset cells, but at this point that doesn't matter. I'll already have grabbed them. Repush, glow up target cells. Okay, so go through each attack. Do its set targets. Get every cell from target cells. And collate those. The song fucks? The song rules, yeah. Absolutely. Okay. So now we need to iterate through each attack. For I2 equals 0. I2 is less than array length x I2 plus plus. These iterators are going to get... they're going to add up. So I'm going to go ahead and specify these instead. I cell. Instead of I2, we're going to go I act. And for each of these, do... this also feels confusing. But does that mean I should do cell? Cell equals cells of iCell? I don't know if... that doesn't seem great either. But if I go down this, then I'm gonna have variable A for act, and... I'm sure it's fine. A equals... acts of I act. You want A to do their set targets. Okay. A.fn set targets. I should run this and make sure that doesn't break. Nope, wrong one. There we go. With get acting unit. Because I know calling functions like that, as we've seen with me trying to do it here through dot referencing, can be fucky. What am I trying to do? Ah, yes. Yeah, default. I'm just gonna run this and see if it breaks from trying to call a function that way. No, we're good. That's fine. That's fine. That crashed, but that's fine. That was like, I didn't expect that to function properly. I'm not entirely sure why it crashed in that instance, but also I don't need to find out. Then set targets. And that will set the global.target cells, and I need to grab those. Targets I. Target cells, AoE mode. Target mode. What does this do? Target mode basic. Array push. Okay. AoE mode. Okay. AoE targets equals AoE mode. Target cells. Highlight cell. Is it when updating? I'm trying to figure out when can I check what a cell's AoE targets list is. Because this resets them, and then they need to gain them at some point. Here, let's just Control F this. Is it vertex drawer? Oh, that's separate cell. C.AoE targets. Okay. Let's do a little test. A.fn set targets. Let's do some debug texting. show debug message. I have a better idea. Let's make a script. Create script. Actually, this doesn't need to be a script now that I think about it. Please go away. This can just be a macro. And that would be macros go in object main. Or not. They go in initialize. Don't listen to me. I'll put this right here. Macro. Oh, but I don't want to... You know what? No, that's fine. We'll uppercase it. Print. Show debug message. There. And now I can just do print. That's so much easier. What are we printing? We're gonna do some rich text. We're gonna have the unit's name, car data dot name, battle unit AI default. Yeah, some equal signs. Let's make a nice barrier. And I guess I'll print every cell that gets added to the list. You know what? I won't do that. I feel like that's going to flood it unnecessarily. But I will go in here. Let's see. For every cell, now you iterate through each act. And for each act, you want to iterate through each cell's AoE targets. Which means I have to iterate through another set of cells. This is going to get confusing. Lovely. I target cell. It's better than nothing. I target cell equals 0. I target cell is less than array length. Global dot target cells. I think target units gets used later. I don't think that would be viable. Units. When does target units get used? Get the main point of all targets? Yeah, okay, units would not be viable here. I don't think. Reset cells. It contains target cells and array length global.target units. When does target units get updated? Okay. Yeah. That will not do. You can go away, you can go away, you can go away. I target cell plus plus. I should change this to move cell. Target equals global dot target cells. Global dot target cells of I target cell. And then we need to iterate through each of the target cells. Actually, do we? We just need to get the size. And make sure it's more than nothing. Hmm. Okay, let's do this. If array length target dot AOE cells. Is that right? I go to battle terrain cell. Yeah, AOE targets. Sorry, AOE targets. That's better. If array length AOE targets. We're gonna go ahead and print. It's probably gonna be rich text as well. Better yet, we can put this here. Print target.x target.y array length target.AOE targets. If not array length, then we need to remove it from the list, which means I need to iterate from this backwards. So, before I fix that, array delete global. No, that's not what I want. Move cell, don't need that. Hmm. Okay. Each movement cell needs to have an array that keeps track of how many viable attack cells it has, which means that's a new variable that each Train cell needs. Hmm. What do I want to call that? Let's see. This cell that you can move to has this many valid target cells. So it would need an array to hold its target cells. Yes. And that's going to be an array of other cells. Alright. AI target cells. We'll make that an empty array. And at the start of this, at the start of this, we're going to set C dot AI target cells. We're going to make that another empty array. Let's see, yeah, if no AoE targets on this, then we delete it from global target cells. Global.target cells. Going to remove I target cell. And we're going to remove just one. Which means it should be greater than or equal to 0 and subtract. Plus, minus 1. Which means we probably need to iterate from here as well. Because if you move to a cell that doesn't have any valid targets, then this also needs to be removed from the pool. Might as well fix that now. Greater than or equal to 0. We cell minus minus. Plus minus 1. Take a sippy. Okay. If AoE target is empty, remove it from the target list. And then once you go through each of those, hang on, I should definitely label these. I'm gonna get confused as fuck by this later. Iterate through each potential movement location. Iterate through each potential act. Iterate through each iterate through each act's targets in range. Act is not valid if no targets are in range. Oh, wait a minute. Targets in range. Iterate through each axe targetable cells. Cell is not valid if it will not hit any targets. Yes, another banger. This playlist has been great overall. Is not valid if it will not hit any targets. Okay. Iterate through each axe targetable cells. So the act needs a list of valid target cells, which is an array that the battle act needs to have. Put that down here. AI target cells. Hang on. I'm doing something wrong here, I think. I think I need to make a new kind of object. So I can make a chain. Okay, let's do that. This is probably very inefficient, but it's a way that makes sense in my brain. I need a new type of handler, an AI decision chain. We need a group. AI decision chain. Make a new object. Handler ADC battle. ADC battle, and we need one for where to move, what act to use, and what cell to target with that act. Okay. ADC battle move to. We need handler ADC battle use act and handler ADC battle act target. On the create event, these things are not visible. And the move to needs a list of usable acts. Okay. Use acts equals, we'll make that an empty array. Use act needs a list of act targets. Act targets. Need another empty array. An act target should... It probably needs something. Add event. We can start by just making you invisible for now. Okay. Now, back to this. Okay, first we need to clear any existing ADC. So, instance, destroy. Normally triggering a destroy event and also a cleanup event. If I do for an object type, will it destroy... Yes, destroy all instances of the object given. Okay, cool. Just wanted to double check. ADC, act target, and we're going to destroy all three. ADC move to, and ADC use act. Wow, they're all the same number of characters. That's cute. I like that. I like that a lot. Okay. Instead of making a copy of these, move twos. Make copy, move twos. I think we have to start over on this. I don't even know if I need to copy this. I would just do for each create a move to ADC. Give it a source unit so it knows what to reference. And then tell it to figure out what its use act possibilities are. Can't tell if the clown vaporwave is coming from me or Starbound. I mean, I think this would qualify as clown vaporwave. And what I'm listening to now. Aquarium, Area 2. From Zuntata Raystorm. Nova, welcome in. Happy Wednesday. We're halfway through the week. Yeah, let me start over on this. For I equals 0, I is less than array length global dot run cells I plus plus. Thank you for the hydrate, Nova. Much appreciated. Hmm. Hmm. Okay, for each of these... Do I need a move twos array? I might not. Let's see. And let me keep this in order, just mentally. Move to... Then you use act, and then you act target. A move to needs to know... Move to needs to know what unit it's working with. And it needs to know... what cell it's at. Our ADC equals place ADC move to. Oh, thank you, Brooke. Dating question of the day is, given unlimited money, what physical item would you most want to give your partner as a gift? Can we found RV and Mia Samvoltek's cabinet? Oh, that'd be fucking sick. I do think... I'm wondering how grand of a scale to go with this, because we're talking unlimited money, but also physical item singular. I feel like if you go too large scale, it's like, okay, technically that's multiple items. So going along with the scale of RV and RV and arcade cabinet, going along that scale, I'm gonna try to match your freak here. RV for FOW is the obvious, definitely the obvious way to go. Me a real Hellcat? What do you... Oh, the mech. I was like, huh? I thought you meant the car at first, and I was like, that's not really my style. That would be amazing. A moat is an interesting concept. That's a conceptual, like... I guess that's an item. Something for FOW other than an RV. Perhaps a helicopter. Or a Cessna. I do know they enjoy their flying. I spent a whole round one. Listen, that's what I'm talking about. We're like, that's multiple items. It's the round one and all the furnishings within. I don't think that would count. Better idea, you should get Brooke a better house? Well, no, because we would all be in our house. So if anything, it would be get us a house and get her in, which at that point you're kind of going against the spirit of the question. Also, again, that runs into the that's multiple items sort of situation. Yeah, I think either I would say definitely some sort of vehicle for FAO. If if you've got the RV covered, then I would say, yeah, like a small helicopter that you can mount on the top of the RV, or a uh a Suzuki, the Suzuki import that you were looking at that you want, that you could store inside the RV for when you need a smaller vehicle to scoot around town. And for Brooke, I think I would get Brooke a cast, like a PSO2 cast. Put her brain in the robo human body and just fix the whole thing. Just become super abled. The only reason I came to that conclusion is because Fowl brought up the Hellcat, and I'm like, okay, well, if we're talking about, if we can go beyond the realm of reality, in a pinch, we can round that down to a good power chair. The best power chair. If it can only be a single item, because you know you can go hog wild with the prosthetics, but if we have to do singular item, the best power chair around, basically a mech suit. Boston Dynamics power chair, yeah, basically a mech suit. Oh, ads already. God damn. Become a Robo Dog Centaur. That would be amazing. Alright. Another ad break already. That's crazy, but we'll be back in a couple minutes to continue figuring out how the fuck I want the AI decision making to work. Be back in a few. I return. Song reminds you of the unknown radio broadcasts? Unknown radio broadcast? What's that from? I mean, I'm assuming it's a Pokemon thing, but I don't remember which game specifically. It vaguely rings a bell. Also, I do hear the resemblance. Gen 2. Ah, I always forget that Unknown was introduced in Gen 2. I always think it's Gen 3. It's actually crazy that Gen 2 did so much crazy shit. Alright. AC.unit equals ID. ADC.cell equals global dot run cells of I. And then we do the same thing for dash cells. I mean, I guess I want an array of move twos. Because then I can, like, grab a random one by just taking a random index. I need to have some list somewhere. Which means I did not want to actually delete these array copies. Instead, what we're going to do, port this over. And then array length move twos. Wait. No. That's not right. Hang on, I fucked it up. Dash cells. But we are also array pushing. Array push, move, choose, ADC. There. This is the thing that we don't need. People forget a lot about Gen 2 and associate it with Gen 3, like Skarmory. Yes, 100% like Skarmory. I was convinced that Skarmory was a Gen 3 Pokemon. I still remember finding out that it was in Gen 2. It's absolutely unbelievable. Okay, now, with each move to, they need to do their thing. I need a function name for just like do thing. Let's do function fn, I don't know, logic. And within its logic, fn logic. It will then iterate through each potential movement location. Iterate through each potential act. Okay. So we grab this one. The green brackets. Thank you, color-coded brackets. Very handy. Iterate through each potential act. Let's see, for act. And we can just do I for this, thankfully. This is going to get a lot less confusing. Array length unit.x. Or we're going to come back to that later. Var ADC equals place ADC use act. Array push use acts ADC ADC dot. Do you need to know the unit? If you need to know the unit, we'll worry about that later. You definitely need to have the act, I suppose. So ADC.act equals unit.acts I. Use act equals none. And you need to have your own logic. Function fn logic. Repush, and then no, because it's branching like this. Should do it here. Push use axe. And then adc.fn logic. We'll do that. Iterate through each. This is moved to logic, which means I should probably... I'm probably doing this incorrectly as well. I'm going to do ADC dot FN logic. We're going to do that here. And then we'll make all the branches and then we'll prune them. I think that will be for the best. And we'll... I don't know what I'm doing with this. Get rid of that. Okay. And we'll just put this here as well. Let me push Mutus, AC logic. Okay, now let's move to iterate through each act. Act equals unit acts. And then use your logic. Iterate through each potential act. Okay. Get targetable. Get targetable cells. Probably should not have deleted that bit that I had earlier. Act.fn set targets. I think that's what it's called. Battle act. Where are you at? Yeah, fn set targets. And then from that, I need, what was it, global.target cells. Let's see, use act. Use act just needs to know which acts have any targets at all. And then act target is actually figuring out... hang on. Move 2 is figuring out what cell to go to. Use act is figuring out what acts are usable at all. And then act target is figuring out who to actually pick. Okay. So act target probably isn't doing much in the default AI scenario. But it should still be there for, like, formatting. See, use act. So we will then, whoa, did not mean to do that. Ri equals 0 I less than array length global dot target cells I plus plus. Var ADC equals place ADC use act array push act targets ADC. No, not use act. Silly me. Act target. Array length, global target cells. Then what am I putting in act target? I think act target's just a holder. From this act, we will target this cell. Okay, so act target needs to hold a cell. Cell equals none. Array push at the end, and then logic. Okay. So ADC dot cell equals global dot target cells dot of I. That's what I was looking for. And then you can check the cell's AoE targets. I should probably array copy here. Or can that be the logic? Targets equals empty array. And then logic function, fn logic targets. Let's do array copy. Array copy targets destination index 0 source cell dot AoE targets source index and then array length cell dot AoE targets. Okay. How do you get AI default? So move to iterates through each act. And then use act uses its logic. ADC dot fn logic. I'm trying to figure out when I want them to check if they can be pruned. I kind of want to do it right at the end of the logic, but then I would end up with empty array indexes, and that's probably going to cause a crash at some point. So I guess I'll do it afterwards. Everybody does their logic, and then at the very end, we go back to the source and start pruning. So we'll start by checking... Maybe we work backwards. Okay, you run the logic, and then check... And then go through each one and see... That should work from all these backwards, then. Ay, ay, ay. If I do that, my array push won't work properly. Okay, this does its logic, copies all of the AoE targets. So we're going to check if targets is empty and prune it if so. So we can do that right after this. If not array length ADC dot targets instance destroy. Actually, better yet, we just don't add it. So if it does have an array length, then add it to the targets. Otherwise, destroy it. Instance destroy ADC. You can keep it simpler. Yeah. If it has targets, add it to the list. Otherwise, no dice. Get it out of here. And then move to... We'll do the same thing. If array length I do this right. Array length ADC.targets act targets. Okay. If array length ADC.act targets, then we add it to the list. Otherwise, destroy. ADC. Let me walk through this one more time. Oh, and I would need to do it here as well. Move twos. Move twos has use axe. And if its use axe is empty, then don't do anything. If array length adc.useAx and add it to the list. Otherwise, instance destroy ADC. We do the same thing here. And I need to do some printing to make sure this is actually going to work. Need to print some rich text. Got hydrate. Let's see, act target. Targets at cell.x, cell.y, and then array length targets. You're probably going to be removing a lot more than you are adding, so I'll print when we add instead. Print act target. Act target added. Print, let's see, what did we... Targets at... Okay. This is for useAct. Targetable cells. Targetable cells for act.name. And then you do array length, act targets. Should it be act cells? Maybe that'll be less confusing. Yeah, let's do that. Act cells. Hurry push, act cells. I think that's what was throwing me off. And then we do this again, print. Use act added. This is move to. Usable acts at, and then we do a cell location again. Cell.x, cell.y, and then array length, use x. Move to added. Use axe. Sponsored by every high school locker room. And I want to do this after the for loop, right? Yes. Viable movement cells. Cells 4. And then get rid of this. Card data dot name, which I think I forgot to do card data for something. Oh no. For an act that doesn't have a data file, not yet at least. Array length, move twos. If you ever smell Axe body spray again, it'll be far too soon. I think it's not awful in if it's just a little bit. It's just nobody that uses it knows how to use a little bit. The sprayers are indeed powerful, and like, I'm not excluded from that. I was a teenage boy once. Of course I used Axe body spray at one point in my life, and I probably used way too much. I probably used Axe deodorant sticks, just like the regular ones, at some point while knowing you two. And that's a lot easier to not overdo. It's a fucking deodorant stick. You just swipe your armpit a little bit, you're good to go. What the fuck? This song fucks. Oh, it's Sakuzo. That makes sense. Okay, let's see if this functions at all. Act target's not set before reading it. Okay. Place handler, cursor move. If array length ADC.act targets. Move to line 20. Move to line 20. If array length ADC.act targets. Place use act. Oh, it's act cells. Right, I changed it in there. I didn't change it out here. Cells. Okay, let's try that again. Okay, it ran. Let's see what we're dealing with here. Don't use axe because you've been in middle school locker rooms enough times to know that shit don't work. Yeah. I mean, you would think it's a fucking... It's more like a cologne. Which would explain why people don't know how to fucking use it, because at that age, you don't know how... You don't know how fucking cologne works. Adding one cell size... Cells bit path. Okay, this is prior. Fast checking. Okay, Chen battle unit AI default. Yeah, exactly, Monster. They don't understand how cologne works, and they also don't even know that it is a cologne. They think it's like shower in a can. Such is the issue. Targets at 4-5-1. Act target added. Targetable cells for /4. Targets at 2-5. Target added. Target at 3-4. 3-5. 3-6. Targetable cells for sidearm shot 24. Okay, something has gone horribly awry. Hang on, I need to run this again. Those are not correct numbers. Okay, what am I actually looking at here? We are at... Let's see. This is... Oh, right. I forgot, I can't hover on that tile. Okay. Let's do it this way. 1, 2, 3, 4. Okay, it's gonna be down 5. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Okay, so we're at 5-5 here. It was definitely an easier way to check that, but alas. Let's scroll up. 4-5. So that would be this one. 1. 1 target at 4-5. That is patently incorrect. Okay, this is for /. None of these have targets on them. Why is it getting... It's just returning 1 for fucking everything. Why is it doing that? Let's see. Cell.aoe targets. 0 array length. Cell.aoe targets. Array length targets. Act.fn set targets. Okay. I think I'm doing this in the wrong order. Trying to be the next Jeremy Fragrance. Listen, it's a They don't know any better. They truly do not. Okay, let me walk through this. You're going through you're going to the adjacent movement cell. You make a move to ADC. Tell it you're the unit. You tell it the cell that it's going to. You tell it to do its logic. We go into the move to ADC. It knows what unit it is. It knows what cell it's moving to. And then it goes through each act. You make a use act ADC for sword slash, for example here. The use act ADC now knows that it is acting for sword slash, and it goes into the logic here. Now it's going to set targets for sword slash. It's going to go through each one of those cells. It's going to make a act target ADC. It's going to tell that ADC that it is trying to target one of those target cells. It's going to go into that logic. And this should be empty. Why is it 1? Act.fn set targets. Okay. I go into battle act, set targets, reset cells. With object train cell, AoE targets is empty. Target mode. Two, 5, 3, 4. 3, 5, 3, 6. Targets equals target mode. Ay, ay, ay. I am truly trying to do too much right now. Okay, let's go through each of these. For var I equals 0, I is less than array length targets I plus plus. And let's print. Matter of fact, let's do it afterwards, so it's a little less confusing. Print targets I dot car data dot name. What will you do with that? Unknown object dot car data not set before reading it. Uh-huh. I see. So what this is not a character. Cell.aoe targets. But it should be. Okay. Hang on. Time to run this shit in debug mode. Okay, now pause. AC battle act target. Move to... That's peculiar. Why do I only have one move to instance? Act target added. Use act added. Use act added. Cut through, move to added. I will movement cells for Chen 1. Okay, we'll get to that later. That's incorrect. Let's see, act target. Instance of terrain cell. Your AoE targets are full of terrain cells. I see. I see. Okay. Okay. Shit, man. Okay. That's very annoying. That's extremely very annoying. I know one way to get around this, but I feel like there should be a better way. Hang on. Battle Act, what are you actually fucking doing when you target something? C equals targets, array push, AoE mode. Okay. AoE mode, basic. Array push, let's see. AoE mode, push. Okay, okay, okay. You do your... You do your AoE thing. That's your AoE targets. For each target cells. AoE targets. And then the vertex drawer. I think the vertex drawer evaluates the AoE targets list. It contains target cell, selected cell. Target equals AoE targets. Unit equals instance at. If instance exists. Array push target units. If target is not equal to C. Okay. This evaluation should not be here. This should be in the act itself. The act should be evaluating... the act should be evaluating the AoE targets list. So then I can then reuse it in the logic. Okay. So let's take this. I'm gonna mark this. AoE targets. If instance exists. Instance exists, unit, array push. Target units. Yeah, okay. I'm gonna... do a little bit of this. Copy over here. We're gonna take that and go into... Excuse me. Set targets. Target mode. AoE mode. Go into AoE mode. Hmm. Okay, we're gonna place this right here. I need to fix this, like, it is indenting way too much. File preferences. I think I know how to fix this, or at least make it better. Auto extend, auto insert, auto indent clipboard contents. Okay. I think I want that turned off. Let's see. If I get rid of this and then yeah. It's not perfect, but it's significantly better than what it was doing. Okay. I guess we'll just I2 this. I2. C.AOE targets equals AOE mode. Instance exists unit. C AoE targets equals AoE mode. Okay, yeah, it's establishing AoE targets, and now we're iterating through it. Okay, I was like, is that correct? Unit equals instance at. Place handler damage processor. Damage processor is probably going to need to stay in the update cursor. So we can get rid of that. Let's see. I'm going to iterate through this backwards. Greater than or equal to 0. U plus minus 1. Minus minus. AoE targets. Equals instance at. If the unit does not exist, if no instance exists, or we're gonna get goofy with this conditional. We're just gonna go ahead and array delete c dot AOE targets index I2 number 1. So, if no unit exists at this location, or if the target is equal to C? C.AOE targets. Okay, if the cell is targeting itself. Oh, this is getting confusing fast. And ads are coming up again. Okay. Time to stretch my legs again and think about what the fuck I'm actually doing. And then we'll be back. And hopefully I'll figure this out. I want to figure this out before ending stream. I want to at least get it to like print correctly, even if I can't get the AI to actually act. I want to at least have it working in theory before I end the stream tonight. So be back in a few minutes to hopefully get this sorted out once and for all. I return. Alright, let's fucking see what we're doing here. Alright. Okay, if there is not a unit here, or if... Excuse me. Actually, I don't need to do the self-sell check. Because I can just do the team check, and that will be correct. So, if no unit here exists, or if the unit that does exist here is of the same team as the person using the act, so if we do unit.team is equal to acts have their owner, right? Super should be referring to the person that owns the act. Okay. Unit.team equals super.team. Then get rid of it. Okay, now, if we go back to vertex drawer, array length c.aoe targets, target equals, okay, so now I should be able to just do this guaranteed because the AoE targets list has already been sanitized. And I need to place damage processors. I'm assuming, yeah, I delete these when updating the cursor. Push global.target units, that's fine. Target units should be fine to still be here. Okay. I'm going to... What am I looking for? I'm going to skip this for now, because I want to see if this will still run properly, now that I've changed how that works. So if I go over here, and then /... Okay, nothing's breaking. Camera's still being a little weird. These things happen. These things happen. But alright, this still appears to be functioning. Also, thank you, Monster. I don't know if I thanked you for welcoming me back. And thank you, Brooke, for cheering me on. Ugh. The moon's out again. I don't like it. Alright. Okay, I think this will work properly now. But also, for some reason... Okay, I see. I do think it was actually iterating through all of these cells correctly, it just only printed for the last one. Wait. No. No, actually. I do think something was amiss. Hang on. And cells for card data move twos. Link dash shells. Run cells. Alright, let's run this again and see what we're working with. Okay, if I now close this. Viable movement cells for Chen 1. That's super not correct. Targetable cells for sword slash. Targetable cells for sidearm shot 1. Targetable cells for cut through 0. Viable movement cells for Chen 1. That can't be. Usable axe at 551. I see what is happening. When it's doing the... I'm almost certain when it's doing the act targeting, it's overriding the run and dash cells. I need to save these before running all the logic. Okay. Which means... let's see. I need to collate these. Var move cells. I need to make that an array. I need to do the thing that I got rid of earlier because it was actually the correct way to do this, and I'm fucking silly. Array copy move cells 0 source global dot run cells length array length global dot run cells. Then we copy this, we do array length. Don't know why that didn't auto close the parentheses, that was weird. Move cells global dot dash cells 0 array length dash cells. And then I can get rid of these two. Let's then array length move cells. Move cells I. Okay. Now this should work correctly. Now if I look at this, viable movement cells for Chen 53, that's more like it. Scrolling through this would be impossible. Center shot 1. All along the 5 axis, okay. Cut through for sword slash. Yeah, I'm gonna go ahead and take the code's, my own code's word for it. I'm gonna give it the benefit of the doubt that I did it right. Let's see. And that doesn't even, like... That doesn't even get into actually using any of this stuff. Okay. It has pruned all of the stuff that just straight up doesn't work, but we can further refine this. How many cells that don't have any valid attacks? We did that. I guess I would filter out and then do the standby check. Since filtering it out... No. No, I guess it doesn't matter which order I do it in. Let's filter it out first. First. How do I want to do this? For every... I guess for every, let's see, act target... We can get rid of you. From your starting cell, targets at cell X, cell Y, targets, okay. So I'd probably want to iterate from use act. And they check all of their act targets, because then you can compare... Wait, no. I would need to start from move to, because I need to know where they're going to be at when they use the act. Okay. Okay. With ADC move to, go through each of... Iterate through each use act. And then iterate through each use act's battle or act target. I could probably make this a... I could probably make this another script. Instead of having it all in here. Well, I can always do that later. Good old technical debt. We love it. We love it around these parts. With each move to... check your... use act... Maybe I should just make a super. See, each move to has a list of use acts. Okay. We'll start with that. We just gotta write something down. Part... No, I am gonna make this another script. So that way I don't have to deal with a bunch of nested shit. I can get ugly real fast. Alright, let's make another function. Fn... filter... max range. for ADC battle move to, going to, whoops, no. For I equals 0, I is less than array length, use ax I plus plus. For use act equals use x of I to iterate through each use act and then iterate through each of its targets and get how far away it is from the move cell. And then what? I might not be able to... I might not be able to make this a function after all. I think that may very well just have to be nested and awful. There's got to be a way. It would be similar to this logic function. It'd be the same concept. Iterate through each one. Do its logic. Do its logic, and then... But in this case, it would have to destroy... Well, actually, I could do the same thing. Make a new local array. And only add the ones that pass the filter. Destroy the ones that don't. And then copy it over to the user. Okay. Okay. Let me not delete this. We're gonna do... Whoops. New variable... filtered. And make that an empty array. And we're going to want it to filter its max range. And if it no longer... Filter the use act targets down to... And the use act is going to want to filter down its targets to only have the highest range attacks of the bunch. So it's going to call the filter here. Distance. This one would get distance to target. And I guess it would just grab the first one. Cuz I'm not thinking about... Well, I could get the average, I suppose. Yeah, sure, I'll do average distance. I could do that. Average distance to targets. Average distance to targets, and then if that distance, if we need to have like a check. If that is greater than the current max, then you okay. Okay. I'm starting to figure something out here. Use axe. Use act dot fn filter max range. We'll make the same thing here. Function fn filter max range. Don't know if I need that filtered array there, but I'll put it there. Act cells. Use act. Okay. And then one more here. Function fn filter max range. However, I am going to need to get the original movement location. We have the starting cell here. Cell. Exact filter max range. Cell. What is this? What is this part of the song? What the? Oh, this is the Uni 2 version. I didn't know they added a fucking piano segment. That's cute. Max cells. Filter max range. Cell. We need to pass that forward. Let's see. Distance equals 0. Targets equals 0. I don't think I need to do that, actually. Can I for each with... I don't think I can. Okay, never mind. I'll just do a regular for loop. I do not like the way that for each works in GML, so I just kind of avoid it. I equals 0. I is less than... array length. Targets. I plus plus. distance is going to be increased by distance is going to be increased by the absolute value of point distance? No. That's, I don't need to do it like that. Act target, cell, targets at cell. Yes, okay. Cell.x plus minus the other cell.x plus absolute value of cell.y plus minus the other cell.y. And then we want to return distance divided by array length targets. Wait. I don't think that's right. Targets is the array. Recopy targets cell.aoe targets. Okay. Targets I.x. That should do the trick. Return distance. Okay. Xcells dot filter max range. Oh, they definitely do. It's probably just getting confused. Okay, this returns the average distance. So, max range, so we want, get out of here. We want a max value. We'll set that equal to 0 to start. If your filtered max range is greater than the max value, I don't want to have to call that function more than once, so we're going to go ahead and set this to, what do we want to call this? The check value. If the check value is greater than the max value, then the max value is now equal to the check value, and filtered gets reset to only contain actcells.i. That should be act cell singular. To only contain act cell. Otherwise, if check is equal to the max value, then they both stay. And filtered, you just add it to the list. Array, oops, not a cray. Array push, filtered, act cell. Check is equal to max, and then double otherwise if it's lower than the max value. Then we don't do anything, actually. We just skip it. Or we could delete it. Yeah, we'll do that. Else instance destroy instance destroy act cell. Act cell, and then after we iterate through this list, act cells equals filtered. We'll make this rich text. How would I note take this? Okay, what is actually happening here? This is, the check value is higher, so it is replacing, okay. New max range. New max range, reset. Otherwise, it's not act target, it's act cell, so I don't confuse myself. Equal to max range. Added. lower than max range removed. And here, I'm gonna put cell.x, cell.y, average target distance to other cell.x, other cell.y, distance. Okay. And then one more print. We want array length, act cells. That many targetable cells at max range of max value. I don't think I need... Use act. If I can, in fact, use that filtered variable here. If array length use act dot act cells, right? That is what that is? Yeah, act cells. If array length use act dot act cells is anything, then add it to filtered. Array push filtered use act, otherwise instance destroy use act. And we'll say use act removed. And then use acts will simply be set to filtered. I think this might work. This will set the max value for each individual act. So it won't only use ranged attacks. Like, if it has a melee attack that can be used, it will be part of the equation. It won't be completely overridden by ranged attacks. But for ranged attacks, it will go for positions where it can be the farthest away. Now I need to make sure this filter actually gets used. With battle move 2, use FN filter, max range. Okay, let's see. Okay, it didn't crash. That's a good sign. I should... Okay, hang on. I should, Target cells at max range. I should put the act name in here. Act.name. Okay, let's try that again. Sidearm shot, 1 targetable cell at max range 3. Okay. Terminal cells for sidearm shot 1. Sidearm shot 1. 1. One. Is there really no overlap in sidearm shot targets? That can't be right. It'll probably be a while of me scrolling here. Can I search in here? Cells for sidearm shot. Or I guess I could just do sidearm shot and then dash. Alright. 1. It's all 1. That feels unlikely. Hang on. Let me check this with my own 2 eyes. Let's get rid of this. Is there absolutely no overlap in sidearm shot range? Okay. Actually, everybody is very far apart. Maybe that's accurate. No, that's not accurate, because if I go here, look, that's 2 targets within sidearm shot range. What are you not getting? Movement cells, 53, 6 set. Oh, wait a minute. I'm a dingus? There's only one... Hang on. Outsmarted by my own code. I suppose I should be proud. Wait, no. They're both enemy units. They should both be targetable. Yeah, you're targetable. Whereas if I try to target Mostuma, I shouldn't be able to anymore. Yeah. Won't let me. Yeah, Sidearm Shark can clearly target 2 units from this position. From... What is it? 1, 2, 3, 4. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. At 6, 4, there should be 2 targetable units. Alright, let's see. Let's see what we're working with here. Max range 3 at 6, 4. 1 targetable cell at max range 4. That is just patently false. Targets at 7, 4. It's at 6.7. User act added. Usable acts at 551. Okay. I'm looking for 6.4. User acts at 6.5. Hang on. 5.5, 6.5. Okay, I see. There is a smarter way for me to do this. Usable acts at... I need to look for usable acts at 6.4. Copy this. Usable acts at 6.4. 1. Right, that does make sense. Sidearm shot would be the only usable. Use act added. Targetable cells for sidearm shot 1. That is not correct. How has this happened? Battle Act. Let's see. If no instance exists or unit.team equals superteam, delete. Object battle unit. Okay. If instance exists, unit. This is inside of Battle Act. Okay. Show debug message. C equals targets I, C.AOE targets. Okay. Do rich text, name, targeting, unit dot card data dot name. Let's see. Let's see what this says. Unknown object, not chat data. Dadgummit. Okay. Now if I close this and I search for sidearm shot targeting, targeting. Oh, hang on. Usable acts at, what was it, 6.4? So I'm targeting Jessica, and it just skips over Suture entirely. Why are you like this? Array length, AoE targets, -1, greater than 0, greater than or equal to 0. Okay, so it's not that. Target equals AoE targets 2. Unit equals instance at. Name targeting unit dot character name. AoE mode. Sidearm shot targeting suture. At no point does it target any unit other than Jessica. Mostima. That's very peculiar. Why is Jessica being bullied? It doesn't see any other unit. What is happening? Hmm. Team equals super.team. She's the most bullied cat girl on Terra. It is true. This is quite the conundrum. Hmm. I don't even know how I would go about debugging this. Ay, ay, ay. Hmm. But I need to be at a good place to call it. I don't want to be too confused when I come back to this. I need to mark something down as like a this is where I left off. Hmm. Okay. I'll make a note here. To do. Only Jessica shows up as a targetable unit. Investigate. You want to stop doing a thing, but you know if you stop in the wrong place, you'll forget everything? Yeah, it's, I do not want to stop here, but I should rest, and getting some sleep will probably help me solve this issue tomorrow. So, what am I streaming tomorrow? Oh, right. Gonna be on the Kiki-thon. Exciting. So yeah, I definitely gotta be well rested for that. So, yeah, I'll come back to this at some point and hopefully be able to figure this out. Oh, I knew this shit was gonna be a nightmare. Ay, ay, ay. Good progress. Thank you. We did get some degree of progress done. It's targeting, I think. Did we ever get more details on that? No, but she did say potentially just playing MechWarrior with us. So, alright, let's see. Let's see who all I can raid out to. Who's on? Who's on? Who's on a Wednesday evening? Haven't been to Miso Buns in a bit. Also because I don't know if they've been live in a bit, so... Great! As always, I like to support smaller streamers, so if you're coming with me on this raid, remember to be nice. You can be little gremlin bastards if you want, but be nice about it. And most importantly, give the streamer a chance to shine, give them a chance to show their stuff. And until tomorrow, where I will be over at Kiki's doing who knows what. Presumably MechWarrior, but could be anything. At what time, I am unsure. It's unknown time, different place. You'll figure it out. Until then, thank you, Monster. Thank you, Foul. Thank you, Brooke. Was anybody? Mino was here. Thank you, Mino. Thank you, Nova. Thank you, Spike. And that should be everybody. I feel like I'm losing track. Right, I did the little spiel. Different time, different place. Until Thursday for it's a surprise. I will see y'all next time. I think that's everything. Yeah. All right. I'll see you guys then.